And hello and welcome to the live stream. It's Sunday evening, it's 5 p.m. and it's certainly an incredibly sunny one here in Staffordshire, has to be said, and presume across the rest of the country as well. So I hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend. I'm all ready and raring to go. Very good evening to Andrew. Hope you are well. And yes, I'm ready too. Let's get going. And a good evening to Sam too. Hope you are well. And you're driving on the East Coast Main Line at the moment. Yep, fantastic. Well, that's always enjoyable. And of course, we're waiting and wondering whether there is going to be anything East Coast Main Line related on Dovetail Direct when we get that on Tuesday evening. I'm sure you've all got a lot of views about what's going to be in progress or what's going to be announced, but we'll get into that as we progress during the evening. And but for now, let's have a look at what we have in store tonight. And it's just the one service today. Good evening, Pete. Right, lovely and sunny up the valley in South Wales, clear skies, and now the fires are out. Well, that's great news, and hopefully things like that will start to settle down a little bit. So yeah, here's what we have tonight.
Platform 12 for the 0531 Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central, calling at Watford Junction, Milton Keynes Central, Rugby, Crewe, Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan Northwestern, Preston, Lancaster, Oxenholme Lake District, Carlisle, and Glasgow Central. Platform 12 for the 0531 Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central.
We'll start off at London Euston on West Coast Main Line South and head to Watford Junction, travelling via the slow lines initially. Then, after leaving Milton Keynes Central, it will be the All Aboard Studios route to Crewe. The rest of our journey will be utilising Just Trains DLC and the new Flukey timetable mod, leaving the labyrinth of lines as we make our way slowly out of Crewe, Preston bound. And then the most scenic part of our journey via the Lake District to Carlisle. So there we go. Good evening to Scooby. Hope things well with you, and to Brian as well. And Sam was mentioning, as an East Coast Main Line local, always wishing for more East Coast Main Line mileage on Trainsim World. I know you have a friend there in Scooby who'll certainly agree with that thought. And but yeah, not long to go now. We'll find out in a couple of days. So I think the plan will be, because the actual Dovetail Direct is actually 9 p.m, isn't it, local time in the UK. So I think what we'll do is we'll do a bit of a stream on Wednesday night. Won't do any driving, but we'll just have a little bit of a live reaction to it, and I'll see if I can get the get things working in terms of getting the sound so you can all talk as well. Yes, lovely day up in Dundee. Yes, I think it's just beautiful everywhere. I think you're getting to that point of the year now where you're starting to think, uh, how much have we got nice weather left? And we certainly do need a bit of rain. I think there's no doubting about that fact. And we're getting a little bit, but probably not anywhere near enough. Sorry, just microphone looking as though it's on the verge of collapsing to the floor, so just moving it about slightly. Oh, good evening, Jumbo Train 2006. Hello, hope you're well. Chair news, by the way. I've finally ordered a new chair, so that's coming tomorrow. So hopefully by next week we won't have any squeaky chairs, I'm sorry to say. This is one thing I'd love to have as a new Train Sim World 7 feature, where you can load the game up sort of a lot quicker, and part of that will be hopefully with the new PC and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's probably going to be unsettled. Yeah, you're gonna miss it. I think I should bring it back occasionally, just for so you can all hear it. I'll have to do a 5-minute video and record the sounds of it, just in case you're missing it. Good evening, Dom, by the way. Hope you're well. So there's a slight inconsistency, by the way, with the services. So we're going to be 9 car as far as crew with a 390-0, but then the 2 equivalent 1S 37s on the Flukey timetables are 391. So we'll have to kind of ignore that. There's also a slight quirk about crew. I'll see if you notice it when we get there. All right, excellent, Sam. No more squeaky chair. I'll order a case of bubbly. Ah, okay, great. I'll share that one with you virtually. Good evening, Rachel. Yeah, hope you're well. So it's going to be fairly easy in terms of picking the services today, because we are all the way 1 Sierra 37. So we'll use the modded one. So we're going to get, hopefully going to get announcements on this as far as crew, and then the modded one doesn't seem to work on Flukey's timetable at the moment. So we'll be announcement free from there on. And it might be as well, because there's never been a modern timetable, an official timetable north of crew. Perhaps that would need a bit of work to customize it, I'm guessing. Good evening, Azza. Hope you're well too. Oh, it'll be September, Sam. It'll be, I would say, about 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. And I think you work it out fairly easily if you check on Dovetail Direct from last year and then releasing. But I would say certainly by the end of September. And, you know, going by usual previous years, probably 3 routes usually one UK, one USA, one Germany. And then there's usually a UK one that's just around the corner as well. So here we are then. So we've had that break from having taken the stop from Wembley from early this morning. And let's get everything set up on here. There we go, AWS. Day running. Good evening, Ibex, as well. Excellent, Rachel. You're up to 1010 currently. That's brilliant. Yeah, Hope Valley definitely would be nice. Sam, we better open some doors, haven't we? I kind of think we are going to get something northern related, with if all the leaks are correct anyway, and all the sort of things that people have spotted, but possibly not the Hope Valley to begin with. But that would be a nice one. Excellent, Pete. You've given this one a go. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's I presume it's kind of a route sort of reminder type of route, just to allow for the fact that it can happen occasionally. So it's not a bad thing to get the drivers getting used to doing this thing now and again.
Welcome on board this Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central, calling at Watford Junction, Milton Keynes Central, Rugby, Crewe, Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan Northwestern, Preston, Lancaster, Oxenholme Lake District, Carlisle. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted.
Good evening, Ibex. Recently got to take 4-level crossing signs for free that have been removed due to construction work. Oh, okay, excellent. Yes, it does make a difference, doesn't it? And I mean, to be honest with you, I'm slightly nervous on using the official ones in case I get told off in some way. But I've noticed other YouTubers have used it quite extensively, so I thought, well, let's just do it. And I mean, I think probably in reality you wouldn't hear them from the cab. And of course, this also stops at Watford Junction as well, which is relatively unusual. Brilliant, Sam. Yeah, it is the best way of playing the game. There's no doubting that fact. And you know, I'm sure it's tremendous fun on the consoles, but you do get the most out of it on the PC, and you always will do. Yeah, it does make a difference, the announcements. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the word I was looking for, Rachel. Yeah, refresher. Yeah, because it's something I know operationally. You could have a situation where it happens in real life, and I guess sometimes the signaller has to be creative as well, even if there's no breakdowns or allowing for delays and this, that, and the other. I know. Well, we're going to hear them today, Pete, on this. Yeah, there's one or two little quirks like that, Azza, to be honest with you. There's another one at Crewe as well, which you might notice. And as I say, unfortunately, because the two timetables don't totally marry up, you've also got a 390, well, a 9 car as far as Crewe, and then 11 car to Carlisle, but we'll have to see a way past these things. I mean, you kind of hope that at some point Flukey and Josh as well, really, with the 2019 series, that at some point we're going to have a consistent, continuous timetable, and you'll be able to pick the same trains for all elements of the run. And as we discussed on Discord, there's only one southbound through train that stops at Crewe as well, that goes via the Trent Valley, and that's the 17:30 from Glasgow Central. But as I say, a lot of that would be, I think, as you suggested, would be in the dark from Rugby. So it's kind of this was really the only one we could do for the stream. And if you were around to watch the 500 subscriber special, we actually did the full run up to Glasgow, but we did this exact same service, but we did it using TrainSim Classic, and we didn't have a proper timetable for the Preston Carlisle at the time. I know you've always made your comments about the announcements. It's just modern life, though, isn't it? It's just there to help people. People do get incredibly confused on trains. I mean, I was on the Cambrian coast on Monday, and the ticket lady came on and she said, "You're going to Birmingham." The bad news is we're going off to Wales, so she kind of, I think she made them change it Welshpool, but she said just stand around, go over to the other side of the platform, and then the next train will take you into Birmingham. Yeah, absolutely, Azza, and I mean, it'd be nice, you know, at some point if we get, if we could get the Birmingham New Street to Milton Keynes as well. I mean, to my mind, if they're going to do that, there's a chance then of putting Northampton in at the same time, but there is kind of possibly a thought. I mean, we'll find out, but there's been so many West Coast Mainline add-ons, it might well be that we're just not going to get any for the next 12 months. I don't know. those people need to stay at home. Yeah, it's I mean, if Josh joins us at some point, I'd be interested to know if in 2019 whether there are any services at all whether it was different. Because I remember back in the 80s and the 90s, when it was intercity, you never got trains going to Glasgow via Birmingham. not from Euston anyway. You probably got Birmingham to Glasgow services. They were all Euston Wolverhampton. So it's very, very unusual to get a Glasgow-bound train that would go via the West Midlands. Oh, excellent, Sam. Yeah, did you enjoy it? Yeah, I think we're just at that stage where we do need more of the East Coast Main Line. I think more of the East Coast Main Line and the Class 91 would go down a real treat. Right, nice non-stop run. That's quite a tongue twister to say, actually. Peterborough to Doncaster. Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely going to be a school of thought that there might be people that just don't want to build the West Coast Main Line again. Oh, 75. You've kind of got All Aboard Studios, who I think have pretty much said that they won't be doing West Coast Main Line next, and potentially, and I think you've said this, Azza, haven't you, potentially with a new operator, a new TOC, and Just Trains. I think you get the impression that their next route after Cumbria and Coast is going to be moving away from sort of in and around Preston, so something different from them. And I don't know about people like Alan Thompson. A lot of people have suggested they're going to go into East Anglia. And of course, the one thing about all these timetable variations and stuff, it could be solved straight away with a merged route, but I don't think we're never going to get that officially. I don't think from Dovetail Games, and it's just a question then as to whether it'll play. That's the issue. I know that I've forgotten his name now, but the chap who's building them, I know he's kind of done it and got it to work, but whether it'll handle the full timetables and everything else remains to be seen. Oh, excellent, Sam. Yeah, so you're having doing a bit more trade driving today. You mustn't forget to stop at Watford Junction as well. Although hopefully the announcements will help me anyway. Yeah, so all will be revealed on Tuesday at 9 PM. It's a bit weird, really, because last year I'm pretty sure Dovetail Direct was 6 o'clock because, sorry, no, 5 o'clock it was, because I was rushing back to my car and trying to get my phone set up. I couldn't watch it, obviously, driving home, but I wanted to make sure I was listening to it. So, yeah, it was 5 PM last year. So whether that means it's more geared towards an American audience and they've got kind of a really exciting US route to come out, I don't know. Yeah, I think you do feel as though Unreal Engine 4 has kind of run its course a little bit, don't you? And it would be nice to see a whole new engine, but it's just going to be starting all over again. It's going to be an absolute nuisance of palaver because you know, you start off straight away with nothing, and you have to wait years then for everything to come out all over again. No, undoubtedly, Sam, and you know, I'm sure. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, obviously, but I'm sure there'll be things about it that I won't be amazingly pleased about as well, because I think what we can guarantee is that there will be new things, there'll be new features, there'll be stuff that used to work that is now suddenly broke, that is kind of kept hush hush about, and there's not really any great plan to solve them. Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a weird one. That 9 o'clock. That's kind of why I'm not going to do an after reaction stream on the Tuesday. We'll do that Wednesday, probably 7 o'clock, I think, Wednesday. I mean, I'm not working anyway, so that works out okay for me. Yeah, I would love to see a London Brighton remaster, again with the usual thought that even if we do get it, it won't be any different in terms of route length, but it does need it. I think Dovetail Games have been scared to touch it really, because they created the timetable from Gio, I think it was, who made an absolutely amazing. He was like the first one to create that really, really busy timetable, only to then find that but then only to find that it was kind of slightly broke on the consoles. Yeah, I know what you mean, Pete. I mean, I will be, to be honest. I will be dead excited. I can't lie. It's a little bit like Christmas Day, a little bit, because it does set us up for the next few months, and a lot of it is hyperbole. A lot of it's you know that they're going to let us down in some respects, but I shall still look forward to it.
We're now approaching Watford Junction.
When leaving us here, make sure you have all your luggage and belongings with you, and please mind the step down to the platform.
Look, I know it's a bit quiet. Oh, there's a 377, but at least it's you get this lovely sort of early morning vibes about this run. Good evening, the original Tomcat. Yeah, definitely. We want the blurred textures fixing, definitely.
Welcome on board this Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central, calling at Milton Keynes Central, Rugby, Crewe, Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan Northwestern, Preston, Lancaster, Oxenholme Lake District, Carlisle.
Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. Yeah, it's it makes it does make it, doesn't it, having these announcements? I have to say, I know Pete isn't a great fan of them, but it's kind of just feel nice. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly it, Pete. But of course, I can't use such words on YouTube. Yeah, I'm fine. The original Tomcat. Hope you are too. Yeah, I think I think the Airedale Wharfdale, unless we've all got it massively wrong, I think there's a good chance on that. Good evening. Good evening, Uncle Albert. Hope you're well. And I think if Flukey actually continues these timetables as well, and he does the other two for officially for Crewe Preston and Euston to Milton Keynes as well, West Coast Main Line South, then it will then mean that we can do other continuous services, but we'll just be held up at Crewe, and it's kind of like a little bit of a workaround, but it's you know, short of having a proper merge route, then it's probably the best we could hope for. Yes, in case anybody's confused, I'm triggered now because of the that bin scenario that we had on 5 Circle. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the southwest sort of main line in one way, shape or another, but and I think we're kind of jumping to conclusions slightly because they've said that they're going to have southwest trains on the when they do the Mildmay line extension, but that very much remains to be seen. All right, big crash in the... Yeah, I saw that briefly switched on ITV4 earlier on. I did see they got the touring cars on at Donington. Oh, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, no, that's great to know. And I think the thing is, some of the stuff, I think on day one, it's always going to be slightly... there's always going to be something that isn't quite 100% perfect, and some of these things are a bit obscure as well. So yeah, that's great to know. So we've got some brilliant modded timetable creators. You know, we've got Josh, and Flukey is now another one, and it was good to be able to do that run the other day on the Glossop Hadfield line as well. Oh yes, it's not there actually. Yeah, Flakey. Which is only one step away from Blakey, isn't it? You know, as in, I hate you, Bottler, I hate you. But yeah, Flukey, yeah. But I mean, I know I've made this point 10 million times before, but without the these fantastic PC modders, I'd have, you know, I'm not saying I'd have totally given up on the game, but it just broadens it out so much. I haven't worked it out as well, but I would like to do a Cumbrian Mountain Express as well, and I haven't checked and seen and looked at the timetable as to, because in theory you change over to Steam, don't you, at Carnforth, and then you go forward Steam to Carlisle. So I don't know whether we've got all that in the timetable or not, or whether we just take it as far as Carnforth, or I'm speeding again. There's so many changes in the speed limit on this run. But even if we could only drive it as far as Carnforth, it'd still be a nice service to actually operate, to do the, you know, the 86 with that rail tour stock in a modern day environment. And you know, I've never been on it, but just to actually film it twice and see it twice in real life was a pleasure, because it kind of takes you back. You definitely see why this particular service is a route refresher, though, because I mean, you do the fast lines out of Euston, and there's very few changes in speed limits. It's just a natural progression, but you're kind of jumping up and down all over the place on this one. Oh yes, I had a great day Monday, by the way. I finally did the circular tour of Wales, and went on the Cambrian coast and the Festiniog Railway, and then so it was Shrewsbury to Shrewsbury, and then we went round on the North Wales coast and come back down. It took 11 hours all told, so it was quite a long day. And then sadly, Transport for Wales let me down on the Tuesday. I think the 67 up from Cardiff broke down on routes, and ended up the service terminated at Crewe. So there was very little by way of communication. That is to say, there was none. But I kind of figured out from real-time trains that I needed to get to Crewe, and then a two-car DMU came in its place, unfortunately. Off to Yorkshire for it's withdrawn. I don't know. I'm struggling with that one. I've got to say the 91, but I see a bit of tilt going on here. What they kind of annoyed me with more as well was the fact that there was no, because there was no announcements, and I didn't know until the tray pulled into the platform that it was actually not going to be the 67. Then I wasn't able to get any food in advance. The ticket man said, "Ah, well, you will at least get some complimentary food off the trolley," and that amounted to a coffee and one snack. They wouldn't even allow me. I could either have a packet of crisps or a chocolate bar. So I was a bit annoyed with that. Oh, you've got me guessing there then, Pete. South Wales to Yorkshire. I feel as though I should know the answer. Yeah, I think this is one service that would kind of be worth doing a few times, actually, just to get your head around the speed limits. Ah, of course, yes, it's Newcastle Liverpool, isn't it? That is one thing, actually. I always feel as though the football sometimes, and the Formula One, has an effect on the viewing figures. Ah, okay. Yorkshire to London. Right, I see. So Leeds to London. Well, there aren't any HSDs on there, are there? So not the 91. Crikey, I'm struggling. Unless it's some sort of rail tour that you've got booked. Right, Sam, second run of the evening, doing West Coast Main Line South, class 390 zero train, 1 Sierra 37. Ah, well, that rings a bell, Sam. Well, all I can say is watch out for the speed limits, because you're on the slow lines, and there's a lot of ups and downs if you've been watching us. Not from Leeds. Crikey, you properly got me guessing there. I'll get upset the whole of Yorkshire now and say, what? Is there somewhere else in Yorkshire? I kind of hope so, Azza, but on the other hand, I've got me doubts. I think at the moment we're kind of probably piecing 2 and 2 together and making 5. But I hope I'm wrong. It'd be nice to. Personally, I'd love to see Waterloo in the game. And as far as I know, all the Grand Central ones now are sort of runs through Wakefield a few times a day, our nearest station up there. Oh crikey, I haven't got a clue. Anybody else got any guesses on that? Scooby's our East Coast Main Line expert, so he'll know. Yeah, somebody else mentioned that, didn't they? Bright Main Line remaster. I would hope so. And as I say, if we do get one, it wouldn't be. it probably won't have any extra route mileage, but that's an often requested one. And it's about time. I think they've been scared of touching it for years, dovetail games. Oh yeah, it could be. That's a good point. Yeah, the 180. Didn't think of that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of clues about the northern routes. Now, the 158's kind of a, you know, an easy one to do. Just needs sort of a proper northern one done. The 333 we've heard about, and it only operates in that area, the northern 333. So that's kind of a given. I mean, personally, if that route does come out, I would really like it to be tagged on to. It'd be so frustrating if we had Leeds as the starting point, and then not to have the bit between Leeds and Doncaster. All right, there we go, the 180. Right, I would not have thought of that in a million years. I thought 180 would kind of belong in your sort of your view as kind of modern plastic rubbish sort of thing. But I suppose you might also have memories of it being used on the Great Western, didn't you, one time? Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? It's again, it feels as though it's been an incredibly long time, this Mild Mainline remaster, but it's going to be worth the wait. It does indeed, Sam. Yeah, it's a very, very odd service in many ways, but as Rachel was explaining, it's like a route refresher. So you probably not got any other trains in the timetable, but you're just going to allocate this to different drivers just to give them the reminder. And you'd need it, wouldn't you, with all these changes in the speed limit? I mean, there's a school of thought as well that some of the stuff like the 70 and the North London line extension, Mild May line extension, is kind of necessary to kind of bolster what they've coming out, because you get all the excitement about the new game coming out, and then once you play the routes half a dozen times within a couple of weeks, you're kind of thinking, right, what's next? What's coming up next? Good evening, Marxist. Yeah, definitely, and I mean, I don't massively mind that, you know, we kind of haven't got joined up routes, but it's frustrating to have gaps, and that's why really I'm doing this run tonight, because I think to be able to do London Euston all the way up to Carlisle's absolutely incredible. How's Newcastle Liverpool doing, by the way? Oh, here we go, the update on that. This is what I hate about being a Liverpool fan. We always score and then concede a minute later. It's so frustrating. It's 1-1, is it? Yeah, well, I think Brian, I think Scooby has said before that you have to watch what Tintin's doing, because he starts doing stuff just before there's new announcements. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's right. They all know, obviously, what's coming out. I know Amaze Taze has his sources as well. Ah, okay, 2-1 Newcastle. Right. I think that's one of those great games, actually, to start the Premier League season, Newcastle-Liverpool. I think that's a brilliant opening weekend fixture, and it looks like it's a bit of a cracker. Yeah, absolutely, Tomcat. I think they've been asked a million times, Alan Thompson simulation, and there's a sort of a leading figure there called Pete Mitchell, Speedy Pete, I think he is on the forums, and the only thing he was able to say was, you know, we have been asked a lot of times. There are no definite plans, but you know, we won't, because we've been asked a million times, we won't rule it out. Good evening, DK Gaming version 1, I think that is. Whereabouts are you now? We are literally 3.5 miles away from Milton Keynes Central. We're just about to go through Bletchley. And the other thing I could moan about me train trip in the last week as well was I came back up on the West Coast Main Line, and it was enjoyed the run, and it's always nice being in first class, but I ordered salmon, and it was lovely when it came, but they said it'd be 20 minutes, and that 20 minutes ended up being an hour, and I don't think they forgot. Apparently it just takes ages to cook, but why tell me 20 minutes when it's going to be an hour? Tintin will never give anything away. Good Lancashire lad like myself. Right, eco routes. I'm lost on that one. I don't know what that would mean. You'd have to run it past me. What you think that might mean? But yeah, I would absolutely love for crew to Alderley Edge to be added in. I mean, I wouldn't personally be overly bothered if, I don't know, if you could price it in such a way where basically you don't do it for free, but you give a discount for the existing owners in some way. I don't know. Surely that's got to be possible. And I'll have me weekly moan as well about the fact that there's no plans. Go on a minute, announcement time.
We're now approaching Milton Keynes Central.
When leaving us here, make sure you have all your luggage and belongings with you, and please mind the step down to the platform.
Didn't think that would come up that quickly there. It's annoying. I thought the TPWS was much farther up than that. Yeah, I'd heard something about Crew Manchester in Train Sim Classic, and to be honest with you, I will get it instantly if that comes out. But I think it was said. I think they said last year, watch out the last quarter of 2026. But I kind of read that with a bit of a pinch of salt. I can't imagine there's a massive amount of chance of that happening. Yeah, I think I think the TPWS there kicks in a lot earlier on the slow lines than it does on the fast lines. But I'd definitely buy that if it comes out. Yeah, well, that's if it runs. As I say, they properly annoyed me on last week.
Welcome on board this Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central.
Just be nice if we actually got the announcements on this route added in now. That is something I would love to see. And apart from that, the passengers, and okay, I know this is supposed to be 6:15 in the morning, but surely on a weekday it wouldn't be this quiet. It's like a ghost town. I have to say though, if we are starting as a different platform on the All Aboard Studios route, that's kind of annoying because this is supposed to be the All Aboard Studios timetable, but what that says to me is it's basically the existing timetable and they've just thrown in the Everose. Yes, I've heard of QWERTY Afro. I have indeed, Rachel. Yeah, I know he's quite a leading luminary in the YouTubing world. The other gripe as well is that camera 8 thing as well. Yeah, I hope that can be fixed for TSW7, where you can just move about and not keep banging into objects all the time. It's a little bit irritating. Okay, let's move on to part 2. Yeah, so just catching up with the game at St James's Park then, about 20 minutes left. I really just haven't. I didn't even watch Match of the Day last night. I had any great interest. Although it was nice to see Hull getting off to a good start. No way! I didn't know that, Rachel. Yeah, I didn't realise Qwerty Afro's a real Great Western Express, a Great Western driver. Right? Wow. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, hopefully if Flukey extends his timetable, we'll iron out all the little quirks and that we're driving the same. It'd be really, really good if you could actually as well, and I don't know whether this is possible, but if you could load up each leg of the journey and you have exactly the same unit number throughout, that would be very, very good. It is, apparently, Pete. I mean, I haven't watched it in a long time. And there is a thing now that, you know, you can either watch your highlights on YouTube, but they also do all the edits as well that they show on Match of the Day, but they're available before it actually goes on air. So it certainly isn't necessary to wait up till 10:30 on a Saturday night anymore. I don't think it. That's my prediction. Although it's been going since the 1960s, I don't think it'll survive for a massive amount of time. Wish the sound would be cut out. Oh yes, Pete, by the way, good news on the Starlink. I've got my free month. It's finally arrived, which is coming at a really good time in the middle of 2 weeks holiday as well. Oh yes, of course, that was the sketch, wasn't it? Yeah, small boys in the park, jumpers for goalposts, John Watson. No, no, the game didn't crash. I got hit by the TPWS coming into Milton Keynes though, but you kind of get the sound cutting out, but that's just whilst it's booting up. Oh, do you mean I always do that because the problem is if I just carried on the run and went back to the menu, the chances are we would get halfway onto the next service and then the game would dump on me. So I like to close it down, restart it again. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, no, that is great, and yeah, really, I think it's worked out well, that referral on both sides, and very much enjoying using it as well. I'm downloading a few bits and bobs last night and did it in a blink of an eye. It was so much quicker. Yeah, I know it's not your part of Wales, but have you ever been on the Festiniog Railway? But first time I did it, absolutely tremendous fun, and it's a proper bone shaker. I'm sure my body's still trying to recover from it, but you get amazing views, and also you kind of had the view from the saloon car at the front, and you could watch the fireman and the driver working hard right throughout the journey, so tremendously enjoyed it. Yeah, so we'll ignore the fact that we've magically changed timetables at this point. There's still loads I haven't done. I remember going on the Tally-Lynn Railway. I've done that a couple of times over the years. I've been on the Fairbourne Railway. Never done the Devil's Bridge one, actually, from Aberystwyth. What's with it now? Yeah, it's still rather quiet. Yeah, still looking a little bit washed out, these signals, but I've been messing around with a couple of things.
Welcome on board this Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central, calling at Rugby, Crewe, Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan Northwestern, Preston, Lancaster, Oxenholme Lake District, Carlisle. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted.
I mean, it's many years since I've been on the Tally-Lynn as well, but yeah, very, very nice. Yeah, absolutely loved the Festiniog. It was great fun. Yes, indeed, Scooby. Yeah, yes, he's at least he's got another job, hasn't he? But I've got a suspicion it's not train related. There's kind of like I don't know whether it's just a kind of a hint where he's joking, but it looks as though he's standing in like a van park. So I kind of wonder whether he's going to end up as being a van driver or a lorry driver. But yeah, great shape. But the great news is, and I don't know whether it's available yet for the non-members because I'm not a member, but he's recorded the last day with a point of view one, so I shall make a point of sitting down and watching that in some depth. So really nice. Yeah, definitely right, Azza. That's what it's all about. I do think that there does need to be a bit more thought with these timetables, because it's kind of like, well, what's the point in making a brilliant route and then not properly integrating them? I mean, that to me is a bit of a schoolboy error, to have this service that doesn't exactly correlate with the Euston Milton Keynes route. I always think Wolverton looks an incredible place. I'd love to actually spend a day doing a bit of filming there at some point. And despite all my excitement, I've still yet to do a full Crewe to London Euston service as well, so I must kind of get that sorted. And the one I did in the outward direction as well ages ago on the stream, it was I picked kind of a funny one timing wise, because it ended up being a bit dark. And another gripe as well is on the 350 front. You've made the 354 available on this route on the Trent Valley, but then it doesn't correlate with the same services you use it for on the West Coast Main Line South. yeah, there's some things that are slightly understandable, and you know, I kind of get the fact that you know, the Flukey timetable isn't going to correspond with the official ones, but it's the official ones that annoys me, and you know, it's kind of, I don't think there's much excuse, because All Aboard Studios produced an Evero timetable for West Coast Main Line South. It should be exactly the same as the one for this route. It should correlate exactly. Not as far as I can gather, Azza. Not as far as I can gather. It's it seems as though I don't know. I think the community that were so keen to do that a couple of years ago, maybe the people involved just haven't aren't quite as bothered at the moment. Sam says, I'd love to see a video of someone play tracing well while on the same train they are driving, for example. Yeah, absolutely. I've seen people do that, actually. And, there was a lad on the, because I stopped at the Premier Inn in Uxbridge, there was a lad on the track, I don't know, it must have been about 7 or 8, I would say, but he'd got this this toy that he'd obviously had from the London Transport Museum, and it had got the announcement saying, and it kept saying, coming into the station, this is St Pancras, King's Cross St Pancras, change here for blah blah blah. And national, and I was thinking, what the hell's up with the PIS display? And then I looked at him, I realised it was a toy he got. But I reckon he's a budding tube driver for the future, because he'd even got the right coloured top, and he was holding a laminated copy of the tube map as well. So very, very clearly obsessed with the tube. So we're separated here for Northampton. That's the line going off to Northampton, and then we are taking the main line via road. Yeah, it wouldn't seem to me to need a massive amount of work to create a 730, but I mean, why on earth can't Dovetail Games sort this licensing out with West Midlands Trains and get the London North Western livery, because they're quite happy for them to use the West Midlands Railway logo and licensing, and it's the same company. It's called West Midlands Trains, so you always get the impression that they got a bit knocked about that, and DTG got a misunderstanding, and I know there's all that thing about it might have been because of the leaks, but you know, that's 2 years ago now, sorted out. Yeah, I would like to see an older timetable. Yeah, definitely, Scooby. And I know you know, I really like your reskin of the 323 to make it into a 321 with the Network South East livery. It made it look really, really good and very close. But it's nice to have a proper 321. Even better if we could have a 310 as well. Right, so okay, Sam. So yes, it's part of, we're into Great British Railways, are we? So yeah, you never know then. I just have a feeling, and again, I could be wrong, but I kind of have a suspicion that there isn't much enthusiasm about doing the 730. It's kind of like, well, we've got the 350s in the game, and it's kind of close enough. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's partly nostalgia, and you know, that's the case for anybody. It certainly is for me. But yeah, it sounds funny talking about the 166 as being an old train in my mind, anyway. Oh, good evening, H. Steam and diesel trains. Hope you're well. Yeah, I think it might have been you, Scooby, you were saying, but that's one era that has yet to be done. We've had 1980s routes, but we've had obviously plenty set in slightly different times in the 2000s, but we've never had a 1990s route. Oh, look at the tilt here now. Yeah, I got you. As a yeah, it'd be yeah, it's a good shout actually. I mean, it probably wouldn't work on consoles, but because it's dead busy as it is. But it would be quite nice to see some Southwest train stuff at Clapham Junction, because it was brilliantly busy, but getting those Great Western Express HSDs coming through, because they'd been occasionally used as a divert, didn't quite make up for it. You're a dude who likes hats. Ah, very good. That is good, I like that. I didn't even notice. Excellent. Yeah, lovely early morning vibes about this service, I have to say. But yeah, it's a good shout. Never thought about that. That would make more sense to me than there being a southwestern route coming out, and I think that would be a nice touch actually. I mean, I would love to see a southwestern route with the a 455 at some point as well. Seems a bit weird calling it Rugby as well. I don't know how many of these Glasgow services do. Alright, stoppage time at St James's Park, 2 minutes in, Newcastle 2, Liverpool 1. Yeah, very, very similar, aren't they? They were all built, I think, around about the same time by Brell. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I've seen some quite decent looking reskins of the 150 in Southwestern Trains colours on Creators Club, and you know, if you kind of ignore the fact that it's diesel and not electric, it looks pretty good. I think they were actually, I mean, they look nothing like them, but I think they were based on the Mark III chassis. Chassis. Pete says, back just been sorting the Cockapoo's food out, new diet regime involving weighing and mixing. Oh, okay. Good evening, Concord. Costa Rica will become a nuclear power before we get a Southwest Trains route. Right, okay. Yeah, I do think perhaps we might have jumped to conclusions slightly on that one. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not massively bothered about whether we have a 151 in the game, because I really aren't that bothered about that personally. But I think a 156 and a certain Andrew from Scotland as well would be extremely happy. But that would fill a lot of gaps in. Yeah, I think that's nailed on. I think that's fairly nailed on, because there's been people have seen stuff in the menu about the 333, and it just doesn't operate on anywhere else on the Northern network. So right, let's make sure we don't get stung by this damned TPWS again here. We've got a signal that needs to clear as well before we get into the platform. Well, I don't think it can be. I don't think that would work with the 333. So, you know, assuming that the 333 is gospel. But, as I say, to be a perfect opportunity, okay, you could have Leeds to Skipton and Bradford Forster Square, but be a perfect opportunity to fill the gap in and do Doncaster to Leeds as well. We're all right, aren't we? We've got the feather. Make sure. Yeah, we're okay. Ah, okay. Does it really? Right. It's a nightmare getting Dog's diet just right. They just trust us. So we have to do it right. It's easy to kill a dog with what you think. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know why, but again, it's a bit like the 7:30. But my hunch is that they probably aren't going to be massively queuing up to do the 331. It's kind of like we've got the 323 in, and that'll do. I think that's kind of the approach. But if that's the premier route, I'd be slightly underwhelmed if it was just Leeds to Skipton and Bradford.
We're now approaching Rugby.
When leaving us here, make sure you have all your luggage and belongings with you, and please mind the step down to the platform.
And I think that's been widely predicted for ages, the 158. Oh, I agree with you there, Concord. Yeah, I think I'd be causing an accident to my pants if they announced the 304 was coming out. Yeah, it is very nice. Very nice. Sam, yeah, an interesting one, the one to Milton Keynes. That's the one you've just done, isn't it? But nice to be able to carry on to as well up the West Coast Main Line.
Welcome on board this Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central, calling at Crewe, Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan North Western, Preston, Lancaster, Oxenholme Lake District, Carlisle.
Yeah, well, that is one thing. I'm virtually certain that the 333s are never ever seen at Crewe. And okay, in theory, you would kind of hope that the 158s are raddy, but there we go. Access rail. I like how they kind of used something approaching the symbol as well. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've done a service where I've stopped at Rugby.
The train at platform 1 is the 0639 Avanti West Coast service to Glasgow Central, calling at Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan North Western, Preston, Lancaster, Oxenholme Lake District, Carlisle, and Glasgow Central. Will passengers intending to travel on this service please join the train now, as it is ready to leave. Platform 1 for...
Cheers and good evening, KK Games as well. Hope you're well. And yeah, I must try and have a look at your video tomorrow as well of Manchester
Welcome on board
Piccadilly
this
to
Avanti West Coast service
to Glasgow and Train Sim
Glasgow
Classic.
Central, calling at Crewe, Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan North Western, Preston, Lancaster, Oxenholme Lake District, Carlisle.
Dom.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted.
Yeah, I think it is great to be able to hear all these announcements. Sadly, once we get to Crewe and beyond, the mod doesn't work on the timetable north. Yeah, so Liverpool last minute penalty. Dom had switched it off. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? That's a bit like leaving your seat before the game finishes, thinking, oh, we're not going to pull this back. I've only ever done that once years ago with a mate. We were at Port Vale of all things actually, and I think we missed about 3 goals by leaving a couple of minutes early. But never going to do it again. Yeah, no, that would be very, very nice, Pete. Oh, look at this! We've got a freight that we're about to overtake. Just get some great things happening, don't you, sometimes on the game? Yeah, I agree with you, Pete. That would be an absolutely cracking route. Now, I'm pretty sure that Just Trains have said that their next route won't be as long as the Crewe Preston one. Well, we know obviously about Cumbrian Coast, but I mean after Cumbrian Coast. People up north, generally intelligent, don't need to tell you what train they're on and where to get off. Absolutely. Yeah, no worries at all, King. Yeah. I know you're still working very hard with your videos, and yeah, give them a look out if you've not had the chance of watching some of his stuff, because he's done some really, really good videos. Of course, it makes it a bit easier now. Now we've got that Manchester Northwest network for Train Sim Classic. At least you can now drive it properly via Bolton as well. Yeah, that's the one thing. I mean, I think we're pretty sure that Just Trains aren't going to do it. I think they kind of didn't seem to have much interest in it. I mean, it's a fairly barren route north of Carlisle. You go Lockerbie, and then the next station after that is Carstairs, and I think I'm right in saying it's the longest stretch of railway without a station in the country. So it's pretty quiet, and then you get to Motherwell, and it's kind of like a bit like Watford Junction to Euston then for the last bit. Yeah, perhaps when we do the reaction thing on Wednesday, I can, if I switch all the sound options on and the microphones, then you can probably just talk to me directly as well as in the chat. I probably won't do any train driving. We'll just load a random game up and or random route up and show from the outside or something, and then we can talk about what's going on with it. Yeah, it's quite a pretty section of line, but it's not the most dynamic and interesting. So I kind of get why Just Trains weren't all that enthused about doing it. But it would complete the story to make the 401 miles? I'm right in saying, from Euston to Glasgow. Yeah, I think Old Vern is very much an advocate of the things like that, like the scenic routes. There are some beautiful, beautiful routes, but sure that it's all that likely as a contender, because a lot of it's like single track, and then you've got sort of one train an hour in each direction, so it's kind of it's one of those that you drive once every 12 months or something, and then be bored of doing it. I mean, the West Highland line from Fort William to Mallaig, a little bit more interesting, because you can throw in like the sleeper, I suppose, and you've also got the like the token system as well. But I can't imagine it being them being queuing up to do it for Trains of the World. Could be entirely wrong, of course, but very, very pretty. You might win a few Harry Potter fans by going over the Glenfinnan Viaduct. Yeah, well, you never know. And I mean, Firefly, we kind of assume are going to do Kent, but there's no guarantees with these things. Alan Thompson, you kind of, your hunch is at some point they're going to do an East Anglian route, because that's his route, that's where he lives. But I'm sure it will be a thing at some point. Yeah, they would be nice. Again, that's very much Old Vern vibes. If you read him on the forums, absolutely loves things like the 26s and the 27s that you used to see around Scotland. Yeah, it could be. I mean, again, we've assumed. I do like your theory though about the him doing the Midland Main Line, and you kind of do feel as though we've got to get Blackfriars in the game at some point, because he showed that picture of it ages and ages ago, when he was kind of all set on building the whole of London. Oh, good evening, Oski Plays. Well, I've just done it, but I did it quite quietly there as we blasted through the station. Yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, I bet the Clyde. I tell you what, if you put your head out of the window coming out of Glasgow Queen Street back in the day with the old diesels, it must have been. You must have got an absolute load and load of diesel smells, because it's quite a steep climb out of Queen Street. I'm really interested and intrigued to see what Incredible Trains do next, and also All Aboard Studios as well. And it could be a total red herring, but we saw they put, rather than on this route, rather than putting Alderley Edge as the rail replacement bus, they put Shrewsbury on. Could be a complete red herring. Good evening, Jet of Aviation and Rail. I'm fine, thanks. Even better for being on holiday. So enjoyed a few days pottering about on the train in the last week, so quite nice to get back to driving them on the game. I tell you what I love about this route though is the fact that it does actually go all the way through to Crewe, because you know, we had Rugby to Stafford on Train Sim Classic, so Milton Keynes and crew is really pushing the boat out. Two years running the 70s, had an all-line Scotland Rover ticket, whilst my idiot father walked up and down mountains. The mountains are still there, the trains have gone. I got the best deal. Yeah, cheers, Jet. Yeah, or I don't know whether you're referring to me or Pete, but yeah. Yeah, they're still going, those all-line Rover tickets, and you could, I forget how much. I thought I did look up the price the other day of the all-line UK Rover ticket, and I thought it was quite reasonable, really, given what it's possible to do. Yeah, absolutely, Jet. Yeah, right, great, top. Yeah, I'd love to see that. And again, you know, I might be massively wide the mark, but I just feel as though there's a fair to reasonable chance that we might be getting Liverpool Street in the game. But whether it's set in the present day or there's a whole load of eras that the Great Eastern Main Line will be quite interesting with. Yeah, I almost always forget in my mind that the Deltic's actually heading north of Edinburgh. I do feel as though, I mean, I was around in the 80s, and I do feel as though, looking back, that there were like loads of loco hauled stuff that I would love to have done. I mean, one for instance would be Birmingham Norwich. That used to be loco hauled in the 80s. Yeah, me too, Jet. And I think we're all very, very intrigued and enthusiastic and interested to know what it is. So I don't know whether we're going to get some gimmick this year. I'm sure there will be, but I think expect the unexpected wore a bit thin. Yeah, kind of. It took me a long time to realise that. And I've had so many trips to London in the last few years. I kind of must make a point of doing Scotland at some point. There we go. We're totally flat, no gradient whatsoever. And you'll never ever hear a train more odd sounding than the Deltics. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not massively bothered. Original Top Gun. I think we know it's coming anyway. I think last year they just decided that they were going to end the speculation and they announced it early, but I mean, we didn't get anything with the route, so I don't know. We know this is how they do it. I think some people say they shouldn't do another version of the route until they fix all the problems with the existing one, but we're never going to get anywhere with that, sadly. Yes, indeed. You have your sources, Ace Taze. I mean, you've dropped a couple of hints. I'm not going to say what you said, but I've got a couple of ideas from a couple of things you've said. Yeah, I would have thought they will. I would have thought you'll get a free upgrade from Train Sim World 6 to 7. I don't see why they wouldn't. And we're going to win the race here, I think. Fourth bridge, 5 coast line behind a Delta. It was awesome, yeah. I'm using the word awesome properly, not describing a takeaway pizza as awesome. Excellent. Yeah, I think I'm almost 100% certain that they have already confirmed that the one thing they won't be announcing imminently is an Unreal Engine 5 game. Ah, there you go. That's a question from the original Top Cat. Are they worth looking forward to? Ah, right. Okay. The Fleet Air Museum. That's Yeovil, isn't it? I've been to there a good few years back for the Yeovilton Air Show, which I don't think is a thing nowadays. Yeah. He says, I hope I don't sound like Tintin. Scooby says it'll be Train Sim World 8 Unreal Engine 5. The thing that depresses me though is, you know, every version of the game has to move on at some point, and we've had all this now. If you're as old as me, we've had Microsoft Train Simulator, Train Sim Classic, Train Sim World, so everything has a shelf life. I get that, but it'd be a bit depressing to start out in a year's time and say, right, new game, we've got to start from scratch, but let's get excited. We're building a route with one train and one unit on it. I mean, I think you've only got to look at running train to see what's possible with Unreal Engine 5. Right, so you like the 390s, see the Royal Duchy on the 30th of August. Ah, excellent. Ah, of course, it was Felton was one of the places where it was built, wasn't it? If I remember rightly. I know it's certainly got a strong connection with Concord, doesn't it? Why can't they sort out this damned speed set? What's the point of having a speed set is if it doesn't work when you're going downhill? It annoys the heck out of me sometimes. Yes, of course, because it was very much a joint collaboration, wasn't it, between the UK and France? So you got Air France and British Airways. mean, I kind of remember it, but I wasn't massively aware because I was only about 5, I think, at the time when it first came out. Never flew on it, sadly. Yes, you love the Avanti advert where the tour chasers on roller skates. They're basically telling everyone how slow their trains are. Yeah, I kind of had a few oddities with that one, I'll be honest with you. I love it when they're late though, and I was 30 odd minutes late on when did I come back? Friday. So I haven't done it yet. I mustn't forget to do that, but I should be very happy to claim some delay repay, which will make up for the delay in my salmon. I remember Virgin Trains did an advert which was replicated London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly, and it was kind of realistic, and we even had it going through Stoke at one point, but I noticed that the very start of the journey they actually filmed it coming out of Glasgow Central, because I think the advertisers kind of said we can't use London Euston. It's just would look a mess on the advert. A 5-tone. What's a 5-tone? 2. What that do is a 5-tone. Right, so this is College that we're coming towards. So the Manchester Piccadilly trains via Stoke, Macclesfield and Stockport would veer away to the right. Oh, you see the little arrow there to indicate that we're taking the line towards Stafford. See, I'm kind of like stuck in terms of wondering how we're ever going to get this section done, because the only way, to my mind, we could ever do it is to introduce a kind of a Milton Keynes to Manchester and go that way. Oh, there we go. We've got the Concorde Express talking about Concorde. Yeah, it's a shame with these things how the passage of time and things dwindle. So I think in terms of timing, yeah, this is going to work out nicely. So when we get to Crewe, I'll have my half-time coffee. Filton Keynes, oh, that reminds me of a clip from Yes Prime Minister, or Yes Minister, where this banker gets mixed up between a couple of economies, and he says, I'm sure there was a Milton Keynes. I feel as though I've had so little practice at driving this route. I feel as though I'm driving a new route, really. I've kind of not given Milton Keynes to Crewe or Crewe to Preston. I've only really scratched the surface. Quangos, yeah. Now there's a quiz question. What does Quango stand for? Because I haven't got a clue. Yeah, definitely right. I think that's another station that can't be ignored. I think Bristol Temple Meads, you know, isn't about Kingdom Brunel, then we have to get Bristol Temple Meads in the game. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we wouldn't even need that, would we? To be ready to... oh, there's a Lowson Class 90. It would just need Reading to Exeter, but it's still a heck of a long route, though. And the section between Bristol Temple Meads and Exeter St David's, I've done it in... I remember having it for Christmas once for Trade Sim Classic, and I thought, my God, this is a boring route. It's kind of like flat and not particularly amazing. Is it really? Do you mean the microphone? I don't know. Let me know if anybody else is experiencing it. Oh. Yeah, definitely, and I must at some point do a one linking with Trade Sim Classic as well, and at least that way you could do a Liverpool Lime Street run and a full run to and from Euston, and Chester as well, and Holyhead, although it's a long way. Ah, excellent, the original Tomcat. Yeah. Oh, you panicked me then. Yes, the Westbury White Horse. I tell you what, though, the Just Trains obviously improved it, and I think they brought out the original route, but they brought out that South Westway route, whatever it was called, and they did actually make it a lot better. Yeah, kind of, although, I don't know, maybe I'm biased because this is my neck of the woods, but having driven this route in the last hour, okay, it's always a lot easier because I've got all you lovely people to chat to and keep me entertained, but I thoroughly enjoyed this, a really fast run, and what's not to like about hurtling around the corners and tilting. Yeah, we can indeed. Yeah, I've done. I did a scenario from that a few weeks ago, but again, just that very annoying missing section. The ones, anyway, as you say, that go via Crewe. But I wouldn't be massively surprised. I mean, again, you know, I could be totally wrong. I usually am with every prediction that I ever make, but I wouldn't be overly surprised if we get absolutely no West Coast Main Line extensions in the next 12 months. I think it's a bit like, because there was a time when DTG kind of said, look, we've been listening to you, and don't worry, we've not going to do another third rail EMU route around London for a while. And then the trouble is, then they didn't do it for ages. But right, Yes, I have missed it, Pete. Right. Well, let me just sort out getting down to 115 for this upcoming speed reduction. Here we go. Quasi-autonomous non-government organisation. Wow, that is a brilliant little quiz question. I love that. Yeah, if you could remember that, then you'd be better than the eggheads, I reckon. Well, there's the Transport for Wales service, or at least that'll be on its way probably to Birmingham International. Yeah, definitely. I could see that. I could see that happening at some point. But I just kind of think that, you know, we've got this huge section of West Coast Main Line done now between Euston and Carlisle. So I think, I mean, it's obviously up to all the third parties, but I think there's kind of be a suggestion from both sides probably. You know, let's forget about the West Coast Main Line for a bit and do other stuff. The eggheads were a bit thick, to be honest. There's a chap on called Kevin who was he was really good, and there was a Chris as well, I remember, who was an ex-mastermind winner and a former London Tube driver, and I loved him. Judith Keppel was the first millionaire on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and very knowledgeable on certain things, but I don't think her general knowledge was actually all that brilliant. Your father used to love the eggheads. Can anybody beat them? Yeah, it's been a pleasure driving this part of the route. It's absolutely flown by. I can't believe we're coming into Crewe. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I can vaguely remember that story coming out that the new mastermind champion was a tube driver. Sadly, no longer with us, unfortunately. He's passed away. I'm not sure about any of the other ones. No, I've not touched the. Settings at all. I think we just had a brief spell where I got something flashing up on the OBS studio where it said it wasn't briefly receiving enough memory, so might have been just the old joke about only fools and horses with the. About the satellite passing overhead. So hopefully it's back to normal again. It's kind of the one thing that I could never ever control, but it's touch wood, it's been working all right the last few weeks. Here's Whitmore. It's also perhaps the time of the day a little bit as well, maybe. Oh, now we're getting downhill now, aren't we? So I'm just not convinced that in real life you would put that speed set on. I don't know how many of the Pendolino drivers actually used the speed set, but I just can't believe that it would basically have no effect going downhill. Yeah, I never did work out what tube line Chris actually drove on, but I'm pretty sure he's a tube driver, wasn't he? But I don't know which tube lines he operated on. But again, tremendous skill and knowledge to be able to do that. No, I've not touched him. No, it's exactly the same as it was previously. If anything, they're slightly higher settings than they were previously. As you can see, we're getting a pretty solid frames per second on there as well. Yeah, cheers. With the one thing I could never actually tell until after the stream is what it actually looks like, because obviously I can see the game on the main telly, but the view that I get from YouTube is actually just a stuttery mess, and it looks nothing like how it comes out as the recorded video. But I mean, hopefully it's just a bit of a spell. We mustn't forget as well, coming into Crewe, that this does need a bit of working out, because you can very easily get stung by these signals. I think Tom came a cropper just recently on his stream. I always get kind of an attention issue here because I come to this signal and I have to like ask myself, is this definitely yellow? And the previous one was double yellow, so I've kind of noticed this time. Yeah, I know what you mean about it being slightly shimmery. But I mean, I put it down personally to the time of the day and the lighting, because it's remember, it's still only 7:20 in the morning. Oh, you hacking. Oh, that's annoying. What was I saying about watching out for the signals? That was crew. Anyway, we'll start out for the right place for the next section. Just lost my concentration slightly there coming in. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I was too busy. I was looking at the scenery, and I was kind of thinking about that thing about it being shimmery, and I kind of noticed. So, anyway, we haven't got a champion's choice this week, Jet. So Andy was our champion from last week, but because this is like a 4-hour journey, then it's a little bit too much to fit in as well. So I'll go away and I'll get the coffee ready, and then we'll be on to the next part. So back in a second. Okie dokie, right, I'm back. I mean, there is one bonus because there was a slight anomaly in that the platform at Crewe that we were arriving into is not the same one that we're departing one. So silver linings and all that, I suppose. I'm just annoyed with myself though because I'd only just made the point, hadn't I, about actually keeping an eye on the signals. It's the golden rule with YouTube streaming when you're driving the train is you've got to kind of keep an eye on the game as well, and the powers of concentration on long runs are slightly more difficult. But anyway. So we are moving on to the Flukey timetable now. So we'll stick to the 110. I'm sure it's possible to go over. Yes, I thought it was today. So I think it was. You could have watched it yesterday if you remember. But yeah, I shall definitely spend. I think that's not the only one he's posting as well. I think he's got a couple coming up. I'm intrigued to know, and I don't know whether he explains this in the video, but did he decide something along the lines of what the hell, I'm going to do it anyway, because what's the worst they can do? They can't sack me because I'm leaving anyway. Or did they kind of said to him, all right, you're okay if you do it on your last day or something? Because it's over a year, I think, since the last proper point of view videos were up, and they were brilliant, absolutely brilliant, because they provide you with all sorts of little bits of information that you just would have no idea about. So yeah, just to confirm, Jet, by the way, Andy will be able to pick the Champion's Choice next week. So it's only just a 1 week off from it, but it was kind of like it's already a 4-hour journey, so it would have kind of gone into quite a long stream. And also, doing this Euston to Carlisle as a full run would have made masses of sense if we'd broken it up halfway through. Right, so we need now Crewe to Preston, and we need the Flukey timetable, which is the 2026 one. So it's a 391 this time, so we're suddenly into the realms of being, as you can see, there's no sadly there's no modded ones on there, so I don't know if the announcements would work anyway with it not being I don't know, with it being set in different times. So 1 Sierra at 37. So we're going to call it Warrington, Bank Key and Wigan for the next section. Yeah, but that's one video that I'm going to sit down and watch in watch every second to. I don't think he's really retiring though. I think he's just basically just had enough of London Underground, and there was one I was watching on Saturday. He was talking about the palaver sometimes where he was kind of coming to the end of the run. He was trying to ring up the control and find out what's going on. No answer. He tried to ring his manager. No answer. And he had a real struggle to actually get any detail out from them. By the way, that thing there where it says DTG Direct 1700 hours, that's rubbish, isn't it, really? Because I think the YouTube channel video starts running at 6 p.m, but of course it actually isn't going to play out until 9 p.m. But yeah, I definitely love the Dale Charman videos, and I do wonder if he hadn't have been blocked from doing that, whether he might still have carried on with them. Yeah, I suppose there's bound to be a few teething problems. Right, here we go. So having safely arrived into Crewe, then we'll carry on with our journey. Day running, it's fine. And of course this is very much still the Crewe of the 1980s. So we've got a couple of Leyland National buses there. Transport for Wales units. Of course, you are going to see old signage on here. I think that's the one thing that with Preston Carlisle, we've got a bit of an upgrade, haven't we? So on here, you've still got Travellers Fare and everything, but maybe at some point, excuse me, maybe at some point the chap who did the mod for Preston Carlisle might do some work on this route as well. That'd be quite nice to. I've lost my train. Where's it gone? There it is. Yes, well, when because I stopped in Uxbridge, and I was going to have a trip on the Piccadilly line on Thursday. But yeah, it didn't. They weren't running at all. Oh, what's coming in? Stupid camera 8 button. It was a 350 anyway, wasn't it? I don't know where it went. Right, we do have green for go anyway. Yeah, I think a Mace Tays or yourself, one of you said. I think basically that was essentially the problem. It was kind of jealousy a little bit over his success, because clearly he didn't just go ahead and create a channel and start recording point of view. He obviously got permission initially. Yeah, Dale Charman is it's Dale Charman Travels, Rachel, on YouTube, and he's basically handed his notice in now, but he has a Piccadilly line driver, and he, until 12 months ago, he hosted point of view videos and taught you through, and he put one up at least once a week. Now he's done some other stuff as well. He's done travel videos and this, that and the other, but what he basically said, because he got into a situation where London Underground decided that they didn't want him to do them anymore, so that was stopped. Concord, Crewe. Crewe's an amazing station. I don't think we've seen the back of Crewe yet, because I've got a feeling North Wales coast is going to be done at some point. Yeah, but really interesting. He's an engaging personality, and his videos, as I say, the one that's up today now, he's recorded his last day, and he said basically he was going to record the entire shift on his last day, and say the first of those videos is up today. I mean, there is only one setting, by the way, on this game that I've changed. I think it's one of the anti-aliasing or whatever it's called. So I was trying to make sure you could actually see the catenary a bit more pronounced. But anybody else who thinks it's a bit funny, let me know. Yeah, North Wales coast. I'll be honest with you though, because I went on it in the week, and not a patch on the Cambrian coast. I thought it's slightly boring, and a lot of it's obscured, the sea views, by trees. But apart from going through Colwyn Bay, but it probably gets better though once you get past. Because I only did the Llandudno Junction bit back to Crewe, so I think probably the bit from beyond there on towards Bangor and Holyhead is more interesting. Oh yeah, Crewe to Manchester. Please, somebody just do it. Oh, very much so. And again, Pete will no doubt add to this, but the yeah, there's an argument for saying the modern day period is slightly boring, but yeah, back in the day, I've got a nice little book up there on the shelf somewhere with some photos from the 80s, and the amount of traction you got from, you know, sort of 40s, I suppose 37s to an extent, but 47s, peaks probably occasionally, a load of freight stuff as well, and you know, sort of then as in now, you rail tour stuff, but it's kind of crying out for it to be a just trains route, I think, North Wales coast. This is the first time for me, by the way. I mean, having downloaded Flukey's timetable, because it literally came out on the morning when I was heading off on me train travels this week, so I've not actually had the chance to play on it at all yet. So this will be the first time. But that's another route that I think we're destined to get. I mean, my hunch is that Crewe to Holyhead's kind of too far for a Train Sim World route. Oh, certainly will be. I mean, the one thing about the routes that they do is they always make sure they're like passion projects. So Tom and Mark, they're not, I don't know, it's probably the same true of all the developers to an extent, but they ain't going to build a route that they have no interest in. It's got to be something that kind of floats their boat. So not 100% sure, but yeah, Crewe, North Wales coast, I can kind of see being up there as being one that's requested from time to time. Yeah, definitely, which fits in with what what Pete was saying. Right, excellent, Scooby. Yeah, Royal Mail, Wembley Post Office to Preston Post Office Depot. Yeah, I mean, that is the great thing. Yeah, I think we're going to have to pretend with this service that north of Crewe, Network Rail have imposed restrictions saying that we can only go at 110 mile an hour, and that's due to the extreme heat and the condition of the track. It was okay at the southbound part of the journey. But I think that's the great thing about the variety. And I mean, okay, we're doing Euston to Carlisle, which is incredible, but you can do some really good long freight runs as well now. And I haven't checked them out, but presumably there's possibilities, you know, even if you did, say, you could do a Carlisle Kingsmore down to Daventry. Yeah, I think Swansea to Bristol would be far more interesting than say Reading to Bristol in many ways, and I kind of like the idea of it being Swansea to Bristol rather than Cardiff to Bristol's too a little bit on the short side, so that would add a little bit of interest. You don't think Network Rail will be a thing in 3 or 4 years from now? These great British guys are taking over our brand. Remains to be seen how it all pans out over time. I've just think that, I mean, the one lovely thing about the railways at the moment is the variety of colour schemes, and you know, even on here with, you know, doing now as opposed to 2019, but we could get to the point in a few years' time, unless you're doing a retrospective timetable, then you're kind of stuck with Great British Railways, Great British Railways, Great British Railways. I mean, people look back with nostalgia now about British Rail Blue, but I can remember the period in the early 80s where I think as enthusiasts we were a bit bored of it, and when there was a slight variation we were kind of really delighted. So when we started getting large logo, that was the first kind of variant, and then the original Rail Fate colours, which was like large logo with a grey, then we were starting to enjoy it, and then we kind of got network southeast and then intercity, and then all rules were changed. Network rail was called not work rail by most drivers. Oh, Scooby's not having that. He says, nah, you must be talking about rail track. Yeah, of course, that was it was rail track actually that got in the way of the West Coast Main Line modernisation, wasn't it? Because Richard Branson was wanted 140 mile an hour West Coast Main Line, and I think it was rail track that in the end it was taking too long, it was too expensive, and they cut back on the plans, so it ended up being 125 mile an hour railway. Ah, okay, yeah. So has it led to kind of a huge inspection regime then? And have we heard anything officially, by the way? I've kind of not been following the news massively over the last week. Good evening, Seb. Hope you're well. But it's pretty obvious, and you know, without you know, sort of massively speculating and theorising about things that haven't been confirmed. But perhaps I should have got this timetable a run. I don't know if it's more stuttering. Can't see why having a new timetable would, unless it's some update or something that I haven't played it through on. That's me hunch. That's something we need in Trainsim World 7 actually. Consistent neutral sections that actually work. Yeah, I hope you're well, Seb. Good for you to join us. You done quite well because you missed my smooth arrival into Crewe a bit earlier on, which is to say that I didn't. I mean, hopefully, anyway, the good news is that the temperatures are kind of settling down, and we're going to be a little bit more back to normal. So hopefully those weird things that were happening over the last couple of weeks have gone. Totally pointless using the speed control if you're on a downhill gradient. It does absolutely nothing. Ah, right, yeah, you've got leaves on the line, yeah. I mean, people kind of scoff at the idea of that and say, oh, that's just an excuse, but it really is a thing, isn't it? And I know you've got the you know, the railhead treatment things which help a little bit with that, but it is a genuine problem. But yeah, it's fantastic to be able to drive this route in the modern day. And you know, it's lovely to drive it in the 80s as well, but we just need a 1980s timetable now doing for Crewe to Milton Keynes and Milton Keynes to Euston. Right, so we're signalled into the platform anyway. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that. You know, it's not quite September yet, but yeah, getting September vibes at night time. But you know, still getting lovely sunny days, so it's nice to see. Alright, okay, planning on buying yourself a huge Christmas present this year. Is that going to be car related then, I'm guessing? Oh, people will be forgetting all about the heat and give it a couple of weeks' time. And I guarantee you that if we have just a few days of rain, and I think there's a chance over the bank holiday weekend, next weekend, we're going to have a bit of rain. You know, you guarantee people will be saying, oh, typical bank holiday. Oh, it never stops raining, does it? Yeah, I get the idea with the emoji thing about the aircon unit. That's quite funny. Yeah, I completely agree, actually, Dom. Yeah, I think that I would love to see that. And now, my hunch is that the game is in such of a mess, particularly for console users, that I've just got a suspicion that the chances of them actually getting that right are basically zero. So I can't imagine they'll be doing it. And you never know, we might one day get an explanation about signal delays as well, because it was, they even dropped it from the website. I noticed I had to dig out an old article that I found to prove they actually did actually have it. I mean, the good thing is, I mean, okay, there's probably a load of track changes that are a little bit different, but there's a heck of a lot of this that is precisely the same as it was in the 1980s. We have floods coming in a few weeks, massive rainfall and storms, land's too dry. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think somebody was talking about it the other day about the fact that, you know, basically the ground's like concrete, isn't it? So having a load of rain instantly is not actually going to help things very much. I mean, I'm sure it's not the case, but I sometimes feel with these platform alterations, I think the signalman does it just to think, oh, I'll tell you what, let's signal it into that platform, and then we get all those people that are on there absolutely scurrying, because they only announce it about 30 seconds before the train comes in, it seems, sometimes. So yeah, well, that's exactly what Matt Pendleton said in Dovetail Direct last year in the streams afterwards. He said with this signal delay thing, he said every timetable run you did could be different on each occasion, but it seems like it's been quietly dropped. I think they just thought, we've got enough headaches going on with this game, we can't get the textures right, we've got trains getting stuck with the present timetable, so let's just pretend we never mentioned it. That's kind of the thing that you want. You want to be in the situation where you get held up, and then you get held up by other trains, and then I'd like my idea would be on some sort of percentage scale where it randomly picks and kind of says, well, today, 5% of the trains are running late, and then on another day, right, chaos on the line today, 80% of the trains are running late. No, but you could have the situation though where I'm guessing, I don't know whether it definitely is the case, but you could have a situation where a train comes off a junction and is path to hell of you, because presumably if you're a few minutes before, then that might work out. Yes, that's true. Yeah, it's definitely a bit stuttery. I feel as though I've perhaps not given this Crew Preston a run since the last update, so it's I think it's doing the shadow loading in thing, unfortunately. Yeah, you can see it's noticeably less than we were getting on the last run. It's amazing some of the things. I mean, I love sometimes, when I actually stop at the red signals, actually being held up and you see a train coming in front of you and all stuff like that. But yeah, I guess there is obviously probably a sort of an imbalance between what it's like in the real life and what the game's capable of. It would be a really nice feature for these modders if there was a kind of an easy way where you could change this so that the you could kind of say, right, obviously the scenery will still be the same, but where you could actually set all the speed limits according to how it is in real life today. And then, you know, we would get the 125 mile an hour boards and it would show up as 125 mile an hour. That'd be quite a nice little feature. I don't play Roblox, to be honest, Oski. I kind of feel as though, I think graphically, it just feels a bit dated to me now what I've seen of it. It's quite nice, the stuff that's been done, but I'm looking forward to some of the bus stuff coming out as well. We've got the Bus England coming out. We've also, the Bus London coming out. That'll be good. That'll be next year, I think. And then I think we've also got Fern Bus UK as well, which promises to, well, no, that's Fern Bus England, isn't it? But I think they've got something like, is it about 15 cities across the UK? So quite looking forward to that. And also some of the tram stuff as well that's coming out. We've also got an update from Running Train as well, and I think he's basically said it probably won't be August now, but he's working on getting passengers in the game, so it might be a few weeks away yet, but that's going to be really good when that comes out. I think there's quite a lot of nice train simulator stuff, sort of non-train simulator stuff coming out as well, and the Maze Tays reminded me last week as well about the truck simulator too. Pete says conductor mode could do with a realism update. 20 stone steroid built nasty angry bugger on the last train out of Cardiff to Merthyr Tydfil without a valid ticket. Handle that. Yes indeed. Yeah, I just feel sometimes with the DTG stuff and the announcements, you know, it just doesn't go into enough detail about what they can and can't do. Yeah, I remember a Maze Tay saying that it hasn't got coaches at the moment then, has it? I mean, I only watched a bit of it, but I saw somebody had done I can't remember how many hours, it was about 6 hours I think, but they basically done London to Pakistan or something, which I thought, that's amazing. Yeah, I think we've had mixed views on the Eurostar. It'd be nice for the East Coast main line, because you know, if you introduce the 373, used to be in use from King's Cross to Leeds, but I know Maze Tays in particular said he doesn't like the idea of you know, going across the Channel bit would be a bit boring. I mean, it would only be a few minutes, but okay, yeah. Yeah, so again we're signalled into the platform. Oh, you're going to Paris in year 6? Right, okay. I'm totally lost with schools and years these days, because it's all so different to how it was back in my school days. A lot of people ask me if I indulge in truck sims. I answer with 2 words. The second one is always off. Yeah, I've got some slight concerns about me long distance driving. You know, I'll be like, right, we're supposed to be going this way, but I'm lost. Yeah, that's the thing. It's over and done with fairly quickly. You know, I get the fact that it's not the most riveting thing to do. Yeah, we should have we should have G Love's train standing on the end of the platform when we come into Wigan North Western. Oh, there we've got a Northern 323. And of course, you have to like forgive and forget the graphics. You know, like the power stations stuff wouldn't be there anymore. They are the Euston tracks. So this is the entrance to Wigan North Western again, exactly as it is now. And then you get some weird things where you can't always move the. Well, you can if you go high enough. Right, that's Wigan Wallgate. And then you've got the Southport line in one direction, and then I think going off that way, you're off towards Manchester Victoria. Yeah, I think brilliant, absolutely brilliant channel, and every single video kind of makes you laugh, but it's also very, very professionally edited. Good choice of music, camera angles. She's got a tremendous eye for detail, and churns them out. I don't know if it's a full-time job now. I mean, she kind of deserves it with the quality of what she's done, and I think she's got loads and loads of fans. I think they're absolutely brilliant videos. I know Amaze Taze is quite a fan of them as well. So I think we're inevitably going to be a bit late because we're maintaining a 1:10 timetable. And again, I better check the signals. Yeah, we're green, we're okay. Clan line in this game, says Oski. what trains do you want to? Well, we're needing trains to World 7, aren't we? By the way, just to say, I forgot to say until this point, but anybody new watching, if you're enjoying the stream today and you'd like to consider liking and subscribing to the channel, I would be tremendously grateful and appreciated. And as always, thank you very much to everybody for their ongoing and existing support. Yes, that's right, that's one of her catchphrases, isn't it? She always says that, I like flowing water, me. I thought there was a train up where I was but that was the horn from your stream that scared me. Ah, okay. Yeah, we've had that thing before. I remember when first started doing the runs and at the same time, and Mace Tays would be saying, yeah, I kept pressing to cancel the AWS because it was your train, not mine. But it was a nice bonus, the fact that Flukey actually, not only, I knew that he was doing this because British Ace did a stream previewing it a few weeks ago, but I kind of assumed that it was only Crew Preston. So when it came out last Monday morning, I woke up and it was Crew Preston and Preston Carlisle, then I was absolutely delighted. Such a different driving experience though, driving these long distance expresses though, because I think when you're doing like a stopping service and you're stopping every couple of minutes, or you know, even the semi-fasts, then but you do have the tendency, you know, it's a bit like driving the car on the motorway where your concentration is slightly let down a little bit, and you're just kind of chilled out and relaxing. It's still going to be reasonably quiet the whole journey. I think as I was saying about this, it's a shame that, you know, there are other services that you could do for through runs. Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure in its own way, you know, just as nice. Pointless trying to even worry about the speed control when you're getting downhill. It's just massively off. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I can remember. For me, it was I remember reading Thomas the Tank Engine and Henry the Green Engine, and I think he had a problem settling in at first because he needed his special Welsh coal, and I think Gordon was pulling his face at it, you know, that, ooh, why should he be the special one? So yeah, I do remember the original books, but for me it was the West Coast Main Line at Stoke, and put a little thing on the channel, but I can remember peering down just outside Stoke in me pushchair and seeing trains for the first time, and I can remember that even now and being captivated by it. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's all well and good driving it in the real, you know, in the game and trying to be, you know, as accurate as you possibly can be, but actually doing it for real when you've got several hundred people who are depending on you for getting them there safely is a different matter. All right. Oh, you've done all the 123 services on the 150 painted to Exeter. Yeah, I must admit, I've not really done enough with the 807. Right, so the speed control might work now because we're uphill, at least for the moment. Now we're downhill again, so forget that, scrub that. I like that. You can't get a bacon butty in Italy. Oh, isn't that a thing? I do like Italian food, I have to say. I think they got the right idea. I mean, I'm personally not a fan of spicy food, so you know, Italian food generally just tasty and wholesome. So I think as we've discussed before, if I was a real train driver, I probably would be due for a break coming into Preston now. But again, we'll carry on. Be interested to see if Preston Carlisle's a bit smoother and slightly less stuttery as well, going northbound. Yeah, now that I can imagine. I must admit, I just can't get any interest behind me about some of those. It's kind of like, you know, let's go out to the desert, and you can't go all that fast. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be the thing, wouldn't it? It'd be at Preston. It would be a driver swap. Yeah. In my case, it'd be we could swap for somebody who could actually drive the damn thing properly. But we will definitely get back next week to bit more variety. I don't know what yet. We will have Champion's Choice, but it's quite nice to do different routes, different areas. Not a lot today, Oski. Had Sunday lunch, and luckily I'd done most of the preparation for the stream yesterday, so yeah, absolutely. They will indeed. Right, there is yellow, I think, isn't it? Yeah, we're fine. So the other slight oddness about this, of course, is we are going to arrive into Preston late, and then we're going to leave Preston on time, but that's kind of the nature of the beast, really. Providing I've still got the mod in place, we'll get modern PIS displays for the next section of the route. All right, so you haven't done Oski, is that what you're saying? Yeah, we always have we do have a Sunday roast. It's nice to, I mean, it's usually chicken, to be honest, but it's nice to have that. That's something we've kept going. Yeah, that's right, Dom. It was 04:29. So I think we had a 42-minute break or something like that at Preston, but it's a long old haul. And of course, it was dark at the time. Are you very much into kind of salady and cooler stuff when the hot weather? I don't know. I still go for a hot one. Oski's a bit fussy with roasts. All right, okay. Oh, that'll be interesting then. We'll see. How close we are to on time. I suspect I won't be on time, but you never know. But I think it's great that we can do these modern timetables now, and it just broadens out the appeal. And you know, absolutely delighted and love the 80s stuff that Just Trains have created, but it's nice to be able to do this as a contrast. Yeah, that's true. To be honest with you, with Trains of World 5, I did turn it off. I mean, they had this great reveal and release about this tune, didn't they? And it was done by an orchestra and stuff like that. Pete says, I'm extremely fussy with roasts. Usually don't like them unless cooked by me. Can't stand all this Aunt Bessie frozen garbage. Yes, I know. You know you like the 87s, and yeah, I mean so do I. I love the old electrics, the 86 and the 87s, and it's great. That's why I really would like, and you know, I don't know. In theory, if I could get my head around it, it's perfectly possible, but I'll never get round to doing it, so I'm not going to commit myself. But I would love there to be a 1980s timetable out of Euston, or even 1990s. Ah, okay, and of course that's a separate game now, isn't it? And to be honest, I thought that was a good idea. I mean, I thought doing it as an add-on for Thomas the Tank Engine for the West Somerset Railway, nah, doesn't work. Silly idea, but having it as a separate game, absolutely fair enough. And I don't know what the player's like, whether it's good or not, but interesting. I mean, I can guarantee and think that we're never going to get any of the older electrics, the 81s, the 85s, but yeah, I would love that. And as I say, give me a 310 as well, then I'd be in heaven, because you could just about get away with using the 313 as well. You know, I'm not saying they should do a 506 or whatever it was, or were they 506s? No, 501s? Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. Right, Preston. Carlisle. So again, we need the Flukey timetable. Uh, 391 and 1 Sierra 37, and as if by magic we're going to be starting out on time. So we've still got a couple of stops, Lancaster and Oxenholme. And I've said before, but I've got it on video somewhere, and or is it? No, it might even be DVD. Yeah, it's a DVD, I think. But I've got Euston to Liverpool Lime Street, and I can't remember the name of the traction inspector. Pete somebody, I think. Peter somebody, but very, very interesting video, and he provides a very informative description. And the old Thomas, the eyes were controlled with a remote control. But yeah, there's something quite exciting about heading out of Euston, going up Camden Bank, you know, with one of the old Aurora electrics, and you know, I've only ever done it, you know, sort of mixed in with. Well, I did that Euston Blackpool, didn't I? And again, there's supposed to be. I need to be making part 2 of that at some point. Right. Unlock the doors. We've got something coming in. Like that. And what I love about this as well is you look at the seats, and this isn't just a reskin. They've actually reskinned the seats as well into northern colours. Yes, we've got the modern PIS display. Welcome back, H-Steam and diesel trains. Yeah, you like the northern livery, do you, Roski Plays? Yeah, it looks does look pretty good. We are into Tintin territory now, heading out to Preston. Oh, that's good news, yeah. Yeah, I'm great, thank you. And I'm even better mood because I've still got a week and a day left of the holiday as well. I don't go back until Tuesday after the bank holiday. Ooh. Try and hopefully we'll go out, me and Dan, with the dog as well this week. Depending on the weather, there's a possibility of the Southport Air Show's on next Saturday as well, so possibility we might go to that. We should get quite nice early morning vibes about this section of the run. Alright, yeah, actually had a retired Stratford driver who came with me to Preston and back and arranged an official cab ride. He enjoyed it, but said he wouldn't want to drive that distance on a daily basis. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? I think it's something that you don't lose the interest in. And I'm sure, for yourself, you don't miss getting up at the early hours of the morning on a cold winter's night, but being able to drive it like this and kind of play it as and when you choose is just it's just incredible. Yeah, it's an interesting sound, Oski, isn't it? Again, certain trains, even modern trains, you can close your eyes and you hear the sound of the train leaving the station, even the sound of the bogies on the points, and you just know it's a Pendolino. Very, very distinctive, very tinny, the sound when the bogies interact with the points, compared with like older trains, for example. Totally and utterly different sound. Yes, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah. To be fair, okay, I work at a desk, but even kind of waking up, in the winter months at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's pitch black, it's cold, it's just not the same. The summer, you forget. I think you sometimes forget. I forget. Like, you go from sort of May till August, September, sometimes even October, and the weather's just so lovely. You forget that the difference between the summer and the winter periods. Very good question, Oski, and you know, I get asked that quite a lot, but I don't know, I'll probably give a different answer every time. I do like the old electrics, the 86s and the 87s, and there's lots of trains. I just enjoy the fun, the variety. I mean, I like driving this train, you know, fairly straightforward to drive. The older train's a bit more mechanical. I like driving the 101 DMU because of the gear changes. Again, a little bit more involved in terms of driving. Oh, we're on downhill again, aren't we? But you notice massively the difference, because the modern trains, you apply the brakes, you kind of get an instant response. But the older trains, you have to get allow time for the air to get into the system, and just. All right, is that are they on? Am I right in saying they're on Great Western Railway now? And I like just the difference of variety. I love the, I like this route because you're going to see amazing scenery as we go through the Lake District. But I like all the urban stuff around London as well. And Concord says probably he would like the unrebuilt, the Bullied Light Pacific for diesel, the Class 56, the electric Class 92, EMU 458 or 373, DMU Class 180. And in every case, all of those are not in the game, are they, at the moment? I mean, we've got quite a vast array of trains and locos that you can drive in the game. The AWS, well, you say that, but you know, it's a vital safety feature. I mean, you imagine driving without the AWS. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Well, the 56 would be all right as well. It'd be quite a nice little old, okay, very similar looking to the 47, but would be different. But yeah, the Deltic, the classic Deltic. Yeah, has anybody tried the Cumbrian Mountain Express on the Flukey timetable yet? And does anybody know if you do? Can't remember if there's any steam included in it or not. So do you just take it as far as Carnforth, do you, on the outward run? Maybe you have to detach your engine if you kind of complete it. Yes, a Venn diagram. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. can't remember if just trains applied that retrospectively or whether it was this is a modern up. Yes, very bad. Those Oski. Yes, we've discussed that time or two before, and there were a couple of rail crashes around Paddington at the time. Yeah, oh, crikey O'Reilly. I mean, that to me would be just an absolute nightmare. I mean, it still amazes me. I mean, I think it was only when Northern Transpennine came out for Train Sim World that I realised that there were still routes even into the 80s that weren't fully fitted with AWS. I mean, I wrongly assumed that the whole of the UK network was AWS, and it just seems incredible that it wasn't applied at that time. But yeah, I can certainly imagine the complications of that, trying to drive a train where you can't even see the signals. Yeah, it literally would be like, you know, sort of driving you know, with very little vision at all. But it's, you know, it's all part of the fact that, you know, whether you're driving a, you know, totally different experience than driving a car, or a lorry, but you can't do anything about what the weather's going to throw at you. Yeah, absolutely, Oski. Yeah, I remember it. I remember it quite well. Yeah, there was the problem with the AWS. That's what caused the problem. And I think I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying there was a he was the driver who was. I think he got a bit of a reputation for he liked to pack his cases up early, and I think he just wasn't looking out for it. Yeah, well, it's kind of, you know, in many respects it's common sense, isn't it? But and I think you've got to be. I mean, sadly, when you get fog on motorways, unfortunately, some people just behave like total idiots and just don't apply any common sense. But, you know, sometimes, I mean, I've driven home, you know, from work, and the fog and being out in the country can be very difficult, and I'm kind of like, I think there's a corner coming up, and, you know, almost feeling your way around when it's really thick fog. Yeah, I mean, thankfully, train crashes are incredibly rare, and you're far safer on a train than you ever would be being in a car on the motorway. But we're all human, mistakes happen, there are problems sometimes, so unfortunately things do go wrong on occasions. Yeah, this is the first time for me driving this part of the West Coast Main Line with a Pendolino, and I did it once before, or I've done it before with scenarios, but not as part of a proper timetable. Yeah, I mean, even now, am I right in saying that I don't think TPWS is absolutely everywhere, is it? Yeah, I'm going to be slightly late, I think, coming in. But I've been a bit too cautious with these signals, unfortunately. This is slightly easier to judge with the Pendolino than it is with the old electrics. Oh, I've spied something very nice at the adjacent platform. We've got a transport, a Transpennine Express 802 just leaving. You hungry, Husky? Bacon bap? Oh, it needs some kids playing football, of course. Shame there isn't a few people around here. Yeah, so we were just saying about whether TPWS is in use on the railway everywhere. I mean, my guess or belief was that it isn't. You're just feeding the cat. Ah, excellent. Oh, okay, Husky. That's fair enough. Well, if you're having a bacon bap, then enjoy it. And thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. So, what's signal? We've got a green, and we are good to go. Again, you've got to be a bit cautious with this because it's 50, but you're going oh no, we're going uphill, so yeah, again, just to make the point, but if you are enjoying the video, the stream today, and you would consider liking and subscribing, if you haven't done so before, I'd be tremendously grateful. No, I thought I was right in saying that. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Well, all the best, Rachel. Yeah, again, as ever, appreciate your company and your input and your experiences. It's always interesting to have. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Crossing over the River Ribble there, I do believe. Well, there we are. We've got a Northern 158 as well, waiting to gain access to Lancaster Station. Oxenholme's going to be somewhere that I'm going to have to make sure I stop at as well. That's going to be one of those places where I could go flying through. But yeah, it seems extraordinary, really, and you know, it's like I think you know, after those high-profile crashes, it was believed to be essential, and but they only went so far with it. Yeah, I kind of get that, really, in a way. I suppose it's fairly pragmatic. You know, you're putting it at the places that you deem to be the most risky, and there are definitely situations where, you know, even I could relate to, where there are the greater SPAD risks in certain places, Crewe being one. But sometimes knowing about it in advance doesn't mean that you'll avoid it. I'll take me power up, because I did see the notice for the neutral section. Or have we passed it? No, it's there. Yeah, here we are. Of course, our pantograph on the Pendolino is right at the back. Morecambe Bay, the only point of the West Coast Main Line where we actually go past the sea. So we should be okay. We're going to be about the 4-hour mark, because we're due in Oxenholme in 8 minutes, and then well, it's about half an hour from there. So we'll be a bit beyond 9 o'clock, but I kind of knew that, because it was, I think, essentially it's 4 hours driving time. Yeah, it's quite fun that we could do the Transpennine Express services now again, because before the only way you could do it was kind of like as a okay, this timetables, we've had the 2019 one out for a while, but I can't remember, that didn't include 802s, did it? So again, it's set in a slightly different period. I think that was the RHTT, wasn't it? This called for. It seems to be holding itself. I think the thing about the speed control is if you've got a slightly downhill gradient, it doesn't work. But as long as it's reasonably short, it's okay. But I'd love to know the experience real Pendolino drivers. Does the speed control work more effectively? I'm assuming it probably does. Oh, was that what it was? Ah, okay, yeah. Right. Ah, right, okay. There's some of those workings on this timetable as well, is there? I've not studied it to that degree. And again, since the pack came out, I've probably done a couple of runs. I remember doing one up the Riviera line and around here as well, and it's been quietly forgotten about by me. You buy these things and then you forget to take full advantage. Same with the military pack, really. Right, oh, Pete's back again, prepped tomorrow's lunch, just taken custody of the neighbour's spaniel. She's howling like a banshee with separation anxiety, but we'll settle. Oh, that's nice. I mean, actually, this is going to be a really, really nice part of the day to be travelling through the Lake District. So it's going to look really, really stunning in a minute. Well, certainly when we get past Oxenholme. I do absolutely love these new modding timetables, and I think all the skill, the care and attention, all the reskins that are included, you know, it just doesn't take absolutely loads of work to get it installed. You do it in minutes and then you suddenly have got a great deal of fun on your hands. Woof would be infinitely more preferable to continuous wide. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I'm afraid our Westie's he tries his best to be manly, but he's very much a yap. Yap, 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 yap. and he basically hurts his throat by overly trying at times. So sometimes he'll just have an enormous gulp of water, and he's lost his voice on occasions as well, trying to yap all the time. By the way, I know Rachel's mentioning about the visuals on the stream earlier on, and did anybody else? I'm always interested to kind of compare with everybody else, because did anybody else notice anything funny, or did it look okay? It might just have been a particular streaming thing at the other side, but I'm just trying to work out if it is something I've changed. That's the only thing I have changed that I can think of, is that anti-aliasing. Oh, Boxing Home's coming up, by the way. It really is incredible when you're driving this part of the world, and this kind of lovely countryside, and it's everywhere so quiet, and you compare this with heading out of Euston, and it's all part of the same line. It's mind-blowing, really. Interesting, we've got a yellow. I mean, the next signal's a long way after the station. We've got the bay platform for the Windermere branch on the left-hand side. Funny sometimes, but you can get to the end of these runs, and you almost feel as though it's a bit like being in a car on a very long journey, and I can kind of get to the end and feel, oh, that was quite tiring. Yeah, absolutely. No, that's good then. Yeah. It was about as normal, was it? It wasn't anything different than previous weeks, because I think Rachel was suggesting it was different than previous weeks, but I mean, it's not going to be up to Train Sim Society's standards until I get the new PC. And then that's what I'm really hopefully looking forward to. I want to be able to play it in full settings, hopefully get a smooth stream, and then it really will look amazing. Right, so lock doors. Yeah, I think all the tracks in place to Windermere, but that'd be a nice little bonus if they could just announce actually we've now got the Windermere branch included. Actually, I've just thought, if I would be careful on this, that signal. Because it was yellow, wasn't it, coming in? I mean, I assume it's changed. Yeah, it would, and, you know, we've got the 108 coming out. I mean, I think some people said the 104 when it come out would be ideal for it, but I think we can safely assume that the 104 is never going to come out. But it'd be right up there to be useful, certainly on the 80s route. This is where I don't get as a driver. We've come in there on a yellow, then you do the station stop, then the next signal is half a mile up the track. So how on earth? Okay, you've got your AWS sunflower, I suppose. That's the thing that you should be looking at, but you've got to be quite disciplined, because it'd be so easy to go piling away, full speed on, and then of course you go around the corner and you hit the red signal. Yeah, I suppose that's partly it. I mean, you know, to be honest, I've had a bit of fun doing the Morecambe branch. So yeah, I agree with you, Pete. I think that's one of the reasons. I think they intended to do it, but I kind of just like sometimes these things to be included, just so that you get the complete experience. And there used to be a Transpennine Express service that went from Windermere as well, I think, at one time. So again, totally useless unless we got a train to go with it. You know, like the modern day, it'd be a 185, but it's just nice. And again, maybe it'd be a little freeware. I say a little. Could be a freeware project for somebody to fill in, and these things are possible. I mean, I remember when East Coast Main Line South was released for Train Sim Classic years ago. They had all the Hertford Loop, the track in, but no scenery, and it took years. It wasn't an official add-on. It took years for somebody to put the scenery in for that. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, to add to the list of branch lines. But yeah, I must admit those two I would love actually. Bedford to Bletchley, and Watford Junction to St Albans Abbey. Didn't even spot the fact that it was coming down to 85. Yeah, fair enough, and I think that concept will have a mixed reaction from people, Thames branches. So you can kind of get that. I mean, I quite like them. I quite like the fun of it, and I think that's the only occasion where this route hopping thing works for me, because you can actually jump off the branch line and then take the mainline train into Paddington, and that kind of works. I think, as Azza said, I think the mainline timetable on Thames branches is a bit dubious. Basically, whenever your train's due to come in, you're going to get a couple of trains coming in through it, as opposed to the real timetable. But I quite like the idea, and I think for me, they should have been included on the route when it first came out, but it was their first Trains World UK mainline route, so I kind of understand it. But Paddington to Reading felt a bit limited in scope. I mean, although it's mainly kind of like tunnel orientated, I would quite like to see the Heathrow Airport branch included as well, and Hammersmith would be good too. Just to say as well, by the way, there was a video from earlier today. I know Dom's definitely seen it, but if you haven't watched it, then we start off with this service at 04:29. We take the 5 Sierra 37 service from Wembley into City Depot into London Euston. So if you want to watch the prequel of today's stream, then you can do. The Marlow and Eat branches look great. Would you keep playing them? No, unless you have a carer. I like that. But I think it's an interesting idea, and I think it's kind of like we want as much of the railway network modelled as possible. Well, there we go. There's a Tesco freight working. I mean, one day I'm sure we'll get a train simulator where you have the whole of the UK represented. As one route. Yeah, that'd be right up your street there, wouldn't it, Scooby? Yeah, you notice these rough little patches, but yeah, I think there's one or two places where it does yank you off course a little bit. Yeah, I think you can't fail to be captivating going along this section. It's just so beautiful. The Lune Gorge, of course. Yeah, I think so. That'd be quite nice. I mean, it was a massive surprise when that was done for the this route, to be honest. And you know, absolutely hats off to the bloke. And you know, he kind of did. We replaced Traveller's Fair with Starbucks. We got the modern PIS displays, but the star of the show is actually putting in. Actually, that's the point as well. We do actually have the EPS signs on here as well, which is, so in theory, you probably get ducked for points, but you could actually do the full speeds. But I'll use the neutral section. But the star of the show is the Morecambe branch, and actually putting in the new Morecambe station. Yeah, it's all down to fast changing scenery at high speed. Flight sim has the whole world sorted. Yeah, absolutely. Although I think the thing about flight sim is you can get away with a lot less detail at ground level, and you know, you kind of want the terminal buildings at Heathrow or wherever to be in detail, but the rest of it you can get away with. And I've seen some videos where they've kind of flown really low down, and you can kind of think, okay, there's a compromise. But good evening, Chris. Hope you are well. But I think ultimately it's going to be nice when if we can get to a stage where these merged routes actually work. And can work with a timetable, then that's going to be quite a thing, because being able to hurtle through Milton Keynes at speed and you know, crew where necessary as well, it's just going to add to the realism. And ultimately you want to be able to do these train journeys as per the timetable, and when you're a bit limited as to what services you can do, then you know, you're kind of stuck in that respect. I mean, I guess Flukey could have compromised and basically, or somebody could have compromised and basically had all the Glasgow services stopping at Crewe, but then it wouldn't have been as per the timetable. Yeah, by the time we get to next Sunday, the secrets will be out, and we will find out, we'll know by then what's in store for us with Train Sim World 7, so looking forward to that. And I'm planning on, say, might do a reaction stream on Wednesday. Tuesday's too late, so Wednesday, and then we can talk about what's in it, what you think. Speculation will be well and truly over, finally. Oh, here's another TPE 802. Of course, in real life on this section of the line, they're 397s, but we don't have 397s in the game, so it's kind of near enough, because I think in reality there have occasionally been use of 802s. They mainly do the bit on the East Coast Main Line, don't they? Sort of York, you know, Newcastle to Liverpool mainly via York. Yeah, definitely, Dom. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the one service that you can do, it's the 17:30. There's only one in the other direction, unless we, you know, we work out some sort of workaround. So I'll have to have a think on that. But yeah, it's great. Yeah. Pete says it's going to be a third rail bobcart route, guaranteed it, 100%. I'm surprised it's as late as it is. The only thought is that, I don't know, perhaps they think that the American route announcement is particularly enticing, so perhaps a better time for American viewers. Kind of done me a favour anyway, because had it been at 5 o'clock, then it probably would have meant we'd have to have gone out for the day with my brother tomorrow, so that we'd be back in. But this way we go out Tuesday, enjoy getting out, and then I can just get back at 9 o'clock, watch it, and then just see what we think, and then it'll give me a bit more time to prepare for Wednesday. I mean, it won't be a major mega stream on Wednesday, it'll just be sort of like half an hour or so, well, probably an hour, I'm guessing. Yeah, definitely, Brian. I think that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's not, we're not so worried about prepare for the unexpected. It's are we going to be excited by it? Yeah, that would be nice. Would be nice if they could just push the boat out a little bit more, although generally when stuff like that happens, it means that the more expansive with the plans and the ideas that they come up with, the more that there are issues. The Yank should adjust. It's a British product. I mean, I'm only hypothesising that might be nothing whatsoever to do with the reason why the stream's at 9 o'clock. Oh, I think, yeah, I'm still recovering from that announcement. I remember chatting to Amaze Taze before we were kind of told, look, the final announcement's going to be a bit special. It's going to be a bit exciting. Now, we'd started off with the North London line, with the Malmö line, and you know, we were kind of happy with that. We were thinking, oh, what's this final announcement going to be? Is it going to be the Great Eastern Main Line? Is it going to be the East Coast Main Line South? We're told it's something really, really interesting and exciting to listen out for. And then when they announced it was Thomas the Tank Engine, it was like, oh no, what a disappointment. Yes, I will do, or at least, I don't know whether I'll definitely pre-order, because you'll probably find on release day, you can still, I shall get the the advanced copy of it anyway, so I'm pretty sure they'll do the usual thing where you get early access to it. I mean, it's not really early access because the ambassadors will get the proper early access, but for anybody else like me, at least it gives you a few days advance driving it. Yeah, well, that's my assumption. I like that. Most gaming nerds in the UK will be in bed with warm milk at that time. I mean, I'll probably be shattered. We don't even know where we're going out for the day for yet on Tuesday. I've said to Dan that it's his choice. I mean, I've got a feeling that I can be fairly flexible with the excitement level, so you know, there's probably some things that I might be really underwhelmed by, but I think kind of whatever they announce, I'm going to be fairly happy, I suspect. Yeah, probably the original Tomcat, but there'll also be live preview streams of each of the new routes coming out as well. Yeah, fair enough, Brian. I think we can only go with what it all is, and whether we think it's worth it or not. I mean, for me, in terms of the channel, I can't really say, oh, I'm not going to bother, because I'm sure most people would want to see the new stuff being shown. I think, I mean, I don't know about expect the unexpected, but I kind of temper my excitement by thinking, let's not get too carried away, and then whatever they announce, I'll probably going to be fairly happy. Yeah, I think the Airedale and Wharfdale's quite a strong contender. I mean, the only thing I didn't realise until Dom said, I didn't realise that Doncaster to Leeds was 333 used, but I mean, that would be just boring on its own, wouldn't it? We can't have Doncaster to Leeds as the main route. Well, you never know. Stranger things have happened. Yeah, to be honest, Chris, that's I do miss in some ways. I used to quite like getting train. I'm going back to Microsoft Train Simulator really, but I remember having some absolutely cracking route add-ons for Christmas, so I quite missed that. Remember the original Great Eastern routes for Microsoft Train Simulator, and happily pulling out of Liverpool Street whilst Mum was is Penrith, by the way, whilst Mum was cooking Sunday lunch. Well, we do have to temper ourselves sometimes, because we get these speculations and leaks and little things that people spot within the game, and then you end up finding out it's actually not real. Well, I think they're. I think the height will only start on Tuesday. Let's be honest. So beyond that, there'll be a lot of height. And the only thing I'll say is, Amaze Taze knows what the routes are, and his comment was, well, I'm happy anyway. So we shall see. I'm not going to say what I think that means. Yeah, that's true, but I don't know. I'd still be semi-disappointed with that, unless you kind of stuck the bit up to York as well. But anyway, we shall see. I think we are going to get it at some point, but when remains to be seen. Now his lips are well and truly sealed. I mean, I've got my own hunches, but again, we'll just wait to see, because I certainly don't. I certainly don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, any of those three, Waterloo, King's Cross or Liverpool Street, and I would be delighted. You know, if you threw in a 455 out of Waterloo, for example, would be good personally. Yeah, I'm the same. Give me Charing Cross or as well. I'd be, I would love it. And if be interested to know what Johannes is working on next after Mildmay line extension, having done Thames Valley branches, and also Firefly as well. You know, will they carry on with Kent? Are they going to be a little bit more adventurous in terms of a route that goes into London? Yeah, place your bets. Place your bets. Yeah, absolutely. And City Thames Link, yeah, if you kind of have Blackfriars in, and that's me what I was saying to Scooby the other day, but yeah, we know Blackfriars has been shown on a screenshot before, when he was building all of London, and if you could kind of combine that with even the Midland Main Line and go up to Bedford and so on, that would be quite interesting, and also would allow for some progression going south. Portsmouth as a crew, yeah, I like that, yeah. Yeah, I'd be very happy with either of those. Ah, Scooby says C2C is coming anyway. Ah, okay, yeah, I get your logic. Yeah. I just hope that 387 pack isn't something they've forgotten about. Yeah, well, that is a big issue, yeah. And as I say, it was the big headache around London Brighton. It always amazes me the fact that there isn't a single junction that connects Victoria to Clapham Junction, to Waterloo to Clapham Junction. There's no crossover in any way, shape or form. Yeah, C2C would be lovely. Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. I mean, surely the West Coast Main Line and the East Coast Main Line are the two premier routes. And the fact that, you know, we've been able to spend a whole evening tonight doing Euston to Carlisle in full, and this is only in the last 2 years, so I think that's an amazing achievement. And you know, nobody can ever underestimate the time it takes in terms of route building, because you know, all this foliage, all the line side detail, it's just huge. You start off with basically a blank canvas. Ah, right, yeah, yes, get to see in the yard at Finsbury Park. Yeah, that would be good. And also, as I said, my worry is if they do King's Cross to Peterborough, I've just got this feeling that we might get Drayton Park, but I don't think they bother necessarily to put in the branch into Moorgate. Yeah, it's a damn good point. It's a damn good point. That is the one thing that would put off DTG about Waterloo, because it is so incredibly busy, and you know, kind of makes Victoria look like a quiet station. Well, the one thing we can guarantee here is Rivet have been working hard on. And I think they kind of get a bad press, really, and I think they did West Coast Main Line South, and they did Riviera Line, and you know, there might be a few optimization issues with West Coast Main Line South, but I think they've improved hugely over the years. I think, you know, sort of Five Circle was criticised when it first came out, but I think we can guarantee that Rivet will have been working on the main route. Well, I say guarantee, I'm talking rubbish, but there's a good chance of it. Well, I know, but you could get the thing where basically you just pick them up from Drayton Park. I mean, there's no guarantee that they'd actually put a proper 717 in. They might just throw in a 700. Yeah, I have to say, I mean, that's been one of my criticisms over the years, that the lack of continuity between different areas. It's frustrating, but as I say, we are getting there, and you know, you look at the West Coast Main Line, so you never know. You never know. I've done so much during this stream. I presume you're buying lunch tomorrow. Ah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but do we? And all they have to do, surely, is pretty much allow the 801 and put the ability to drive it in diesel mode. Not that we'd really need it on East Coast Main Line anyway. So I haven't quite managed Rachel's virtually coming in on time, but yeah, I think so. I have to say, yeah, it's a good shout actually. But if there's one thing I'd really love to see as a new feature, is a really good route hopping, where you can, you know, just basically jump straight in the cab, and that would be amazing. Yeah, I have to say, I mean, there's been a lot of people shouted out for the 221, but I couldn't get too excited about that. I'm not sure there's a huge market to say, right, we've done the 220, here now is the 221. And I think for a lot of people looking at the difference between the two trains, and you think, I'm not going to shell out £15 for that. Way up here's another Transpennine Express 802. Ah, okay, yeah, yeah. Well, the thing is, somebody actually did a mod for the one on Train Sim World, so that you can actually drive it in diesel mode on 5 Circle. All right, your old school friend Gordon Swindlehurst. Oh, that's a great name. I like that. When I drive into Carlisle, an anchor on BBC Cumbria for many years. Ah, excellent. Yeah, a fascinating place, I think. Of course, Carlisle Citadel, and of course here we have a ScotRail 158, because we're not far from the Scottish border. Some people inaccurately try to pretend that or think that Carlisle is in Scotland. It certainly isn't. It's very much in England. So what time's this thing due off? That's the 9:25 to Liverpool Lime Street, then followed by the 9:32 to Manchester Airport. Can't see a PIS display for this one over here. Oh, did you span it outside the crew as well, did you? Right, okay. Fair enough. Oh well, that makes two of us then. Makes me feel better. I'm so annoyed with myself though, because I actually mentioned about not spadding just before, and I'm blaming Rachel because she mithering about the graphics, and I'm not really blaming her, but it was completely my fault. But yeah, that was really enjoyable though, and I think it just shows us how far in the last 2 years that trade sim world has come. 2 years ago, there was no London Euston in the game, and here we are now being able to drive that huge, mega journey all the way up to Carlisle. Is it really? I didn't know that actually. I don't know much about the locality. I know Cumbria is a little bit like that in places. So there we go. That was full run from London Euston to Carlisle. And say thank you very much to Flukey for creating those lovely timetables. So if you're on the PC and you haven't downloaded them, it's well worth giving them a go, because it again adds so much value and just gives you that choice. You can either do the 1980s or you could do 2026. The choice is yours. So that's another stream come to an end. Thank you very much for all of you for joining. And Amaze Taves was earlier, to Rachel was earlier, Brian, Scooby, Pete, and the original Tomcat. You've been chatting away around a lot as well, and all the other people, Azza of course as well. It's been a pleasure as always. And there we go. Thank you very much. So as I say, we'll be back. The plan will be Wednesday night, probably 7 o'clock for our reaction. I'll see if I can get the Discord thing working so that if you want to chat and talk at the same time, we'll see how that goes on. Although probably be a disaster, but we'll give it a go. And Dom, of course, as well. Thank you very much. Yeah. So there we go. So we started out with the early morning stream with 0429. Then we did Euston to Carlisle. We'll ignore coming into Crewe. But yeah, thank you very much. And there we are. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Dovetail Direct Tuesday night. Let the excitement begin. And until next time, from Power Flower Trains and Planes for now, it is good night.